Every house, every king, and every battle has its own truth. But there are stories older than crowns, darker than the night, and more dangerous than any blade. They were never written in books. They were whispered to fire, to the trees, and to the dead gods. And today, we dare to uncover one of them. The storm had rolled in from the narrow sea like an army of ghosts, its black banners of cloud dragging low over the crownlands. Beneath that weeping sky rode a lone knight in a dented helm and weather-worn surcoat, Sir Raylan Drayford, called the Grey Falcon for the crest he bore and the silence he kept. His horse was a mottled brown mare, steady but tired, and her hooves struck the muddy road with weary rhythm as they made their way toward a distant inn whose lantern light flickered through the mist like a dying star. Raylan had not meant to stop. He had meant to ride on to Duskendale before the weather worsened, but the rain had turned the road to a river, and even the hardiest man must yield to nature's wrath. So he dismounted before the inn called the Resting Hound, a sagging structure of timber and stone that leaned against the wind as though too old to stand upright. Inside came the faint sound of a lute, a man's laugh, and the clatter of tankards. When he entered, the warmth of the fire struck him like a forgotten friend. There were merchants at one table, soldiers at another, and a group of rough men who looked like they belonged more to the woods than to any lord's service. Behind the counter, the innkeep, a stout woman with clever eyes, gave him a polite nod. "Room for one more, sir?" she asked. "Aye," said Raylan, unbuckling his sword belt. "And wine, if you have it." He took a seat near the hearth where his armor could dry. For a while, he listened to the murmur of conversation and thought little of it, but soon his attention turned to a man seated across the room, broad-shouldered, finely dressed, and far too watchful. He bore the sigil of House Brune of Brown Hollow, a minor lord sworn to the crown. The man's eyes followed Raylan like a hawk's. Before long, he came over. "Sir Raylan Drayford," the man said, his voice touched with mock courtesy. "I had not thought to find you still wandering the realm after what happened at Maidenpool." Raylan's gaze lifted. "And who speaks of Maidenpool so freely?" "Lord Richard Brune," the man said, taking a seat uninvited. "I was there, you know. Saw the whole sorry thing. You rode for Sir Maynard's cause, did you not? Until the coin ran out." "I rode for justice," Raylan said quietly. "Not for gold." Richard laughed, loud enough to draw glances. "Justice in these lands? Then you are a fool twice over. But come, have a drink. Let us toast to old wars and new lies." The words bit like frost. Still, Raylan accepted the cup. It was unwise to spurn a lord, however small. They drank. One cup became two. Richard's tone grew sharper, the laughter meaner. At some unseen turn, insult bloomed into argument, and argument into something darker. "You were never more than a sellsword with a stolen name," Lord Richard sneered. "Your father tilled soil. Your mother washed floors. A hedge knight, hiding behind a sigil that was never yours." Raylan rose, slowly. "Take that back." "Or what? You'll cut me down as you did at Maidenpool?" The room had gone silent now. Even the lute had stopped. Richard stood too, the drink swaying in his hand. He leaned close enough that Raylan could smell the wine on his breath. "Go on, Sir Falcon. Show us how you earn your wings." The next moment passed in a blur. A shove, a flash of steel, a cry, and then silence again, thick and dreadful. Richard Brune lay on the floor, blood pooling beneath him like spilled wine. His eyes were wide and unseeing. In Raylan's hand, the dagger trembled. He could not remember drawing it. The soldiers were on him at once, blades half drawn, shouts filling the hall. The innkeep screamed for peace, for sense, but no one listened. Raylan stumbled back, eyes darting from the dead lord to the accusing faces around him. "It was a quarrel," he cried. "He struck first." But no one would hear it. The Brune men seized him, tore away his sword, and bound his wrists with a length of rough cord. Somewhere in the chaos, someone shouted for the king's justice to be told. The words chilled him more than the storm outside. By dawn, the rain had ceased. The sky was pale and clean as bone. They brought him to a holdfast near the Rosby Road, where a Meister and 3 knights waited to hear the charges. The tale was told by Reichard's men, all sworn to the same lord, all too eager to speak. When his turn came, Raylan said little. "He goaded me," he told them, "but I did not mean to kill him." "Intent matters little," said the eldest knight, an old man with a limp, "a lord of the crown slain by your hand, drunk or sober, it is treason." They found him guilty before midday. That night, in a cell no larger than a horse stall, Raylan thought of the falcon on his shield. How proud it had once made him. How hollow it seemed now. The candle burned low. Rain began again, soft as whispered prayers. Then he heard it, a scrape at the window. A shadow moved there, small and quick. A voice hissed, "Sir Raylan, this way." He looked up. A hand appeared through the narrow gap, a young boy's hand, smudged with soot. "Hurry," the whisper urged. "They mean to hang you at dawn." Without thought, Raylan rose. He tore the cord from his wrists, forced the window wide, and climbed into the night. Behind him, the holdfast slept on, unaware that its condemned knight had vanished into the storm. Ahead lay the tangled forests of the Crownlands, and the long, perilous road toward the truth. Thus began the flight of Sir Raylan Drayford, accused of a blood crime that would echo through the realm, and never be punished. The dawn that followed was pale and cold, washing the forest in ghostly mist. Sir Raylan Drayford moved through the underbrush like a hunted stag, mud clinging to his boots, his cloak torn and soaked through. The boy who had freed him, no more than 12 by the look of him, led the way, darting between trees and glancing back often, his eyes wide with the thrill and terror of flight. They did not speak for some time, not until the sound of hounds drifted through the trees, faint but growing. Then the boy stopped, panting. "They've loosed trackers," he whispered. "We'll need to cross the stream to lose the scent." Raylan nodded, following as the child led him down a steep slope to a churning brook. The water bit cold as steel, and the current tugged at their legs, but they waded through, gasping as they reached the far bank. The boy crouched behind a fallen oak, motioning for silence. Raylan knelt beside him. "What's your name, lad?" "Tomer," the boy said. "Tomer Pine. My father was groom at the inn." "You've done me a great service, Tomer Pine," Raylan murmured. "Why risk your neck for a stranger?" Tomer looked away. "My father said Lord Richard was no good man. He took what he wanted and left others to pay. When I saw what happened, I knew they'd not give you a fair hearing." Rollin studied the boy's face, earnest, frightened, too young for such truths. He felt a heaviness in his chest that was not merely exhaustion. "You've courage enough for 10 men," he said quietly. "But you mustn't follow me further. When we reach the next village, you'll part ways and say nothing of this." Tomer shook his head fiercely. "If they catch you, they'll hang me too. I'm in this now, seer." The knight exhaled, seeing there would be no persuading him. "Very well," he said. "Then stay close and keep your head down." For 3 days they traveled north, avoiding roads, taking shelter in barns and hollow trees. Raylan stripped away his armor piece by piece, leaving it behind to lighten his burden. The falcon sigil he buried beneath a cairn of stones, whispering a farewell to the man he had been. By the 4th night, they reached the outskirts of Rosby, where a crumbling tower stood guard over a stretch of moor. There, under the cover of darkness, they entered a tanner's shed. The stench of hides and lye filled the air, but it offered shelter enough. Raylan found stale bread, shared it with Tomer, and tried to rest. Yet sleep would not come. Each time he closed his eyes, he saw Lord Richard's face, his sneer fading into shock, then stillness, the dagger in his hand, slick with blood. He had killed before, in war and in trial by combat, yet this had been different. This death felt wrong. Near midnight, Tomer stirred beside him. "Sir," he murmured, "someone's outside." Raylan's hand went to his sword hilt at once. He rose silently and peered through a crack in the boards. A single figure stood in the yard, cloaked and hooded, holding a lantern low. The light revealed a woman's face, sharp, pale, wary. "Come out, Sir Raylan," she called softly, "if you wish to live." Raylan's heart tightened. "Who are you?" he demanded through the door. "A friend," came the reply. "Or an enemy, if you make me one. But I have word from King's Landing, word of your trial and the men who condemned you." That gave him pause. He stepped out into the cold, keeping one hand near his blade. The woman lowered her hood, revealing hair the color of ash and eyes as gray as dawn. "My name is Mylessa Waters," she said, "bastard daughter of Lord Rosby, though I claim no kinship. I heard what befell you, and I know this. Richard Brune's death is not the crime they say it is." Tomer crept out behind Rollin, eyes wide. "Not the crime?" "No," Mylessa said. "The true crime lies deeper. Richard was carrying something for men far greater than himself. A pouch of dragon glass, smuggled from Dragonstone, meant for hands in the capital. He was no mere lordling drinking in an inn. He was a courier, and your blade, sir, silenced him before his masters could learn the cargo was lost." Raylan frowned. "What masters?" "The kind that wear silks by day and secrets by night," she said grimly. "There are lords who seek to weaken the crown, to see King's Landing turn upon itself. Richard was their messenger. His death has shaken them, and now they seek to bury all trace of their plot, including you." Raylan felt the weight of her words settle upon him like a stone. It was madness, perhaps, but there was something in her eyes, a cold certainty, that made him believe. "If what you say is true," he said slowly, "then clearing my name means uncovering their treachery." Mylessa nodded. "Aye, but speak of it to no one. The small council's ears are filled with whispers. You'll need proof. The shipment of dragonglass was to be delivered to a merchant named Harlan Pyre at the docks of King's Landing. Find him, and you'll find the truth." Before Raylan could answer, the sound of hoofbeats echoed faintly across the moor. The woman stiffened. "They've tracked you here," she hissed. "Go now, to the west gate. There's a mill by the river. A ferryman there still owes me coin. Tell him Mylessa sent you." She thrust a folded scrap of parchment into his hand. "Show him this, he'll take you across." "Come with us," Tomer urged. But Mylessa only smiled, a sad, knowing smile. "My place is here. Someone must keep the hounds chasing shadows." She turned, lantern light flickering over her face, and vanished into the fog. Moments later, riders burst into the yard, 6 men bearing the Brune crest. Rollin and Tomer fled through the back of the shed, ducking into the tall grass as shouts rose behind them. Arrows hissed through the mist. One struck the earth near Tomar's foot. "Run!" Raylan cried. They sprinted toward the distant glimmer of water. The mill loomed ahead, black against the silver-gray sky. The ferryman was there as Mylessa had said, an old man with a broken nose and eyes like chips of flint. When Raylan showed him the parchment, he grunted once and nodded toward the boat. "Quickly," he muttered. "The dogs are close." As they pushed off, the sound of hooves and shouting filled the riverbank. Torches flared like fireflies in the dark. Arrows struck the water around them, hissing and vanishing. Tomar clung to the boat's edge, teeth clenched. They reached the far shore just as dawn began to stain the clouds. The ferryman gave them no farewell, only turned back into the mist. Rollin stood for a long while on the bank, the parchment still clenched in his hand. There, beneath Mylessa's seal, were only 3 words: "The truth burns." And in that moment, Sir Raylan Drayford knew that the road ahead would lead him not merely toward his redemption, but into the fire that had kindled this blood crime from the start. The river mist lingered long after sunrise, draping the land in veils of silver. Sir Raylan Drayford and young Tomar trudged westward through the reeds, their boots heavy with mud, their breath steaming in the chill air. Behind them, the cries of their pursuers had faded, swallowed by distance and fog. Yet Raylan knew better than to believe they were safe. He had been hunted before, in the wars, in the service of lords who smiled with one hand and betrayed with the other. But this chase was different. The men who wanted him dead now were not driven by vengeance or justice, but by fear of what he might learn. By midday, they reached a stretch of road leading toward a hamlet called Stonecross, where the smoke of cook fires rose above thatched roofs. The place was humble and worn, built around a ruined sept whose bell had long since fallen silent. Raylan kept his hood drawn low as they entered, the smell of baked bread and wet hay thick in the air. "We'll need coin," he murmured to Tomar, "and food. After that, we find passage south to King's Landing." The boy's eyes darted around. "Will they not search the city first?" "They will," Raylan admitted. "But sometimes the best place to hide is in plain sight." They entered the village inn, a small, crooked place called the Shepherd's Horn. The common room was quiet, save for a pair of farmers hunched over ale and an old man tending the fire. The innkeep, a stooped fellow with a red nose and watchful eyes, greeted them with a wary nod. "Rooms?" he asked. "Food first," Raylan said, dropping a few silver stags on the counter, his last from the days before his flight, and ale enough to warm the bones. They ate in silence, bread, salted pork, and a stew that tasted faintly of onions and ash. Raylan watched the room through the steam rising from his cup, every stranger a possible spy, every whisper a danger. When they finished, he leaned close to Tomar. "Stay here," he said quietly. "If I'm not back before dusk, take the horse and ride east." The boy frowned. "Where will you go?" "To learn what truth is worth killing for." Outside, the wind had turned sharp. Raylan followed the road to the broken sept, where a few old gravestones leaned among the weeds. Mylessa's words echoed in his mind. A merchant named Harlan Pyre at the docks of King's Landing. But how could he reach the capital when every guard in the Crownlands bore orders for his capture? He knelt beside one of the gravestones, brushing moss from its face. "Sir Morin Drayford," it read. "His father's brother, a knight slain in Robert's rebellion." "You fought for honor," Raylan whispered, "and they forgot your name. Perhaps I'll do the same before this is done." A soft voice spoke from behind him, Or perhaps you'll make them remember." Raylan turned sharply, hand on his sword. A man stood there, cloaked in brown, with a thin fox-like face and eyes too bright to trust. "No need for steel," the stranger said. "If I'd come to kill you, you'd not have heard my steps." "Then why come?" "To offer passage. Word travels fast in these parts, especially when it concerns a knight accused of killing a lord." "I know of a wagon bound for the city, hidden beneath bales of wool you'd ride unseen." Raylan studied him. "And what do you gain from helping me?" The man smiled faintly. "Call it a wager. I fancy that one day your story will be worth hearing." It was madness to trust such a man, yet time was against him, and the longer he lingered, the greater the risk. "Very well," Raylan said. "But if this is a trap, I'll see your throat opened before the noose finds mine." That evening, under cover of twilight, Raylan and Tomer met the man by the mill road. A cart stood waiting, drawn by 2 shaggy horses. They climbed into the back, hiding among the wool sacks as the driver snapped his reins. The wagon rumbled westward through the night, the road whispering beneath its wheels. Hours passed. Raylan could hear the steady creak of the cart, the boy's quiet breathing beside him, and somewhere far off, the faint cry of an owl. Sleep came fitfully, broken by dreams of the inn at the Resting Hound, of blood on the floorboards, and Lord Reichard's hand clutching at his sleeve. When he awoke, dawn was breaking again. The driver's voice drifted back. "We're nearing the Rosby Road. From there, it's 2 days to the city, if the gods are kind." But the gods, as Raylan well knew, were rarely kind. Before midday, they passed a patrol. The soldiers bore the colors of the crown, golden lions on crimson fields. Raylan's heart thudded as they halted the cart. "Inspection," the captain barked. "We've orders to search all wagons bound for King's Landing." The driver dismounted, muttering about wool and taxes. Raylan lay still beneath the sacks, his hand on his dagger, sweat cold on his brow. He could hear the boots crunching near, the rustle of fabric being lifted, then a sharp cough from the captain. "Nothing worth the bother," he said finally. "Move along." The wagon lurched forward again, wheels grinding over gravel. Only when the sound of hooves faded did Raylan let out his breath. They reached the city by nightfall of the second day. King's Landing rose before them, vast and foul and teeming, the stench of smoke, sea, and sweat mingling in the air. The Red Keep loomed like a shadowed crown upon its hill, and the harbor below flickered with the lights of ships and taverns. Rollin and Tomer slipped from the wagon near the flea-bottom gate. The driver gave a silent nod and was gone. "Stay close," Rollin said, pulling his cloak tight. "In this city, a man can vanish, and so can a boy." They wound their way through the narrow alleys, past fishmongers shouting prices and beggars clutching bowls. Finally, they reached the docks, where the sea lapped black against the pilings. Lanterns swung in the wind, and sailors' songs drifted over the water. "There," Tomer whispered, pointing to a warehouse marked with a painted flame. Rollin approached cautiously, slipping inside through a side door. The place smelled of salt and tar. Crates were stacked high, and by the far wall, a man in a fur-lined vest was counting coins by lantern light. "Harlan Pyre?" Raylan asked quietly. The merchant looked up, startled. "Who asks it?" "One who seeks the truth about Lord Reichard Brune." At that, the man's expression froze. He stood slowly, hand creeping toward the knife at his belt. "You've no business knowing that name." "Then tell me why he carried dragon glass," Raylan said, "and why men were sent to silence him." For a moment, the only sound was the soft slap of waves against the pilings. Then Harlan smiled, thin, humorless. "You should have stayed dead, Sir Raylan Drayford. The lords who paid me do not forgive those who meddle." He gave a sharp whistle. From the shadows, 2 armed men stepped forward, blades drawn. Raylan's sword was in his hand before thought could form. Steel rang on steel as the fight began. Tomer ducked behind a crate, eyes wide, while the warehouse filled with the clash of iron and the hiss of breath. Raylan fought with grim precision, driving one foe back into the lantern's glow. A kick sent the man sprawling into a stack of barrels. A swing ended the second with a cry. But Harlan was already fleeing toward the rear door. Raylan gave chase, crashing into the night air. He caught the merchant by the arm and slammed him against the wall. "Speak," he growled. "Who sent you?" Harlan's lips trembled. "You don't understand," he gasped. "It's bigger than one lord or two. They meet in secret, in the Red Keep itself. I never saw their faces, only their sigil, a white hand in a ring of fire." Before Raylan could ask more, the man's eyes went wide. An arrow struck his chest from the darkness beyond. He crumpled without a sound. Raylan turned, sword raised, but saw only the flicker of movement on a nearby rooftop, a shadow fading into the night. The boy ran to him, breathless. "Sir, are you hurt?" Raylan looked down at the dead man, then at the bloodied arrow jutting from his ribs. "No," he said quietly. But someone wanted to make certain he never spoke again. He sheathed his sword, the wind whipping at his cloak. Around them, the city went on as if nothing had happened. Waves lapping, sailors laughing, 1,000 lives untouched by one more corpse. Raylan stared into the darkness where the assassin had vanished. Somewhere in that labyrinth of alleys and towers, the men who'd framed him were watching. "The blood crime," he murmured, "was never meant to end with Richard Brune." And as the tide rose, cold and black beneath the moon, he knew the hunt had only just begun. The dawn broke blood-red over Blackwater Bay, turning the sea into molten copper. Seagulls wheeled and screamed above the masts, and the city of King's Landing stirred like a restless beast. From the roofs of Flea Bottom to the towers of the Red Keep, the day awoke with the clamor of bells, hammers, and the endless noise of too many souls pressed together. Sir Raylan Drayford watched it from a shadowed wharf, cloak drawn tight, while Tomer dozed against a coil of rope. The boy had slept little since the fight in the warehouse. Neither had Raylan. The merchant's dying words haunted him. The secret brotherhood, the white hand encircled by fire. It was a symbol he did not know, yet one that stirred something faint and uneasy in memory, as though it belonged to some ancient house whose name had been swallowed by history. He stirred the boy awake. "On your feet, lad. We've lingered too long." Tomer rubbed his eyes. "Where do we go now?" "To the castle," Raylan said. "If the plot touches the Red Keep, we'll find trace of it there, but we'll need eyes within those walls." They sold their horse that morning for 3 silver stags and used the coin to buy plain clothes, a coarse tunic for Raylan, a porter's jerkin for Tomer. By midday, they joined a line of merchants and servants queuing at the city gates, carts laden with grain and wine for the king's table. The guards were bored and lazy, their eyes more eager for coin than duty. Raylan slipped a silver into a mailed hand, and they passed unchallenged through the gate. Beyond lay the winding ascent to the Red Keep, a maze of cobbled steps, winding alleys, and stone archways where gold cloaks lounged in the sun. At last, they reached the servants' courtyard, where washerwomen beat linens and kitchen boys scurried with baskets. Raylan paused near a stack of barrels, scanning faces. He needed a name, someone who might still remember him from the old days. someone not too loyal to ask questions. It was Tomer who found her. "Sir," he whispered, tugging Raylan's sleeve. "That woman, by the well. She's looking this way." The woman was broad-shouldered, her hair bound in a kerchief, her apron stained with flour. When she caught Raylan's gaze, she froze, then smiled, faint and wistful. "By the seven," she breathed. "It is you." He knew her then. "Mara," he said softly. "Mara Heddle. You served in the kitchens when I was a squire to Lord Stannis." "Aye," she said. "And you've no notion how near you came to losing your head, sir. The whole city's talking of the Falcon Knight, murderer of Lord Richard Brune. Half the watch hunts you, and the other half sells tales of where you might be found." Raylan lowered his voice. "I need your help, Mara. I've no wish to bring trouble to your door, but I must know who Richard truly served." The woman hesitated, glancing about. "Come tonight," she whispered, "when the kitchen's quiet. I'll show you something." That night, after the castle had settled into its uneasy sleep, Raylan and Tomer slipped through the servants' passage and down a stair that smelled of damp and smoke. Mara waited by the ovens, a single candle burning beside her. She set down a folded parchment on the table. "This was left behind by one of Richard's men," she said. "I found it among the flour sacks a fortnight past, thought nothing of it until now." Raylan unfolded the page carefully. The ink was smeared, the script small and hurried. It bore no signature, only the same sigil Mylesa had spoken of, a white hand encircled by a ring of fire. Beneath it were 3 words, written in a slanted hand: "The Iron Throne bends." Raylan stared at the words until the candle guttered low. "This is treason," he said quietly. "Aye," Mara replied, "and if you're caught with it, they'll call it proof you were part of it." Tomer's voice trembled. "Then what do we do?" "We find who wrote it," Raylan said, "and we start where all whispers begin, at the court of men who think themselves too clever to be seen." The next day, Raylan took on the guise of a porter within the castle kitchens, hauling sacks and sweeping corridors while keeping his ears open. Tomer worked nearby, scrubbing pots and carrying messages. For 3 days they listened, learning the rhythm of the Red Keep, the ebb and flow of gossip. On the 4th evening, as Raylan was sweeping the hall outside the council chamber, 2 lords passed by, Lord Merryweather and Sir Osmond Kettleblack, their voices low but sharp. "The shipment from Dragonstone was lost," Merryweather hissed. "If Pyre is dead, we've nothing left to bargain with." Kettleblack snorted. "Then we speak to the Hand. He'll not risk open scandal now. Too many already suspect." Their voices faded beyond the corner, but the words struck like a blade. Raylan's pulse quickened. The Hand of the King? Then the conspiracy reached higher than he had dreamed. That night, Raylan found Mara again. "If there's talk of the Hand's council meddling in secrets," he said, "someone must have kept records. Ledgers, letters, something hidden." "There's a clerk," she whispered. "Old Meister Tybalt. He keeps the council's papers. His chamber's near the rookery." Rowland nodded. "Then tonight, I climb." When the moon rose above the castle, pale and broken, he scaled the narrow stair to the rookery tower. The maester's door was unbarred, the chamber within cluttered with scrolls and candles. Tybalt himself sat asleep at his desk, head bowed over parchment. Raylan moved soundlessly, his fingers brushing over ledgers until he found what he sought, a sealed letter bearing the same sigil of the White Hand in fire. He slipped it into his cloak just as the maester stirred. "Who's there?" the old man croaked. Raylan drew back into shadow, heart hammering. "Peace, Maester," he whispered. "I seek no harm." The Maester squinted, blinking. You're him, the knight who killed Lord Richard." "Then you know why I must read this," Rollin said, holding the letter aloft. The Maester hesitated, fear and pity warring in his eyes. "They'll kill you if they find it. Then let them try." He broke the seal. Inside was a single sheet, written in cipher, but with one phrase repeated in the margin, clear and damning. "The Queen's grace must fall." Before he could speak, the Maester gasped. A shadow moved behind him, a blur of motion and steel. The dagger flashed once, and the old man slumped forward, blood spilling across his desk. Raylan turned, sword half drawn, but the assassin had already leapt through the open window into the night. He gave chase, clambering after, down the steep roof of the rookery. Tiles shattered underfoot. Below, torches flared as guards shouted. The killer vanished into the maze of rooftops, swift as a phantom. Raylan landed hard in the courtyard below, rolled, and fled through a postern gate as alarms began to sound. By the time he reached the safety of the city streets, the bells were ringing, warning of blood spilled within the Red Keep. He ducked into an alley where Tomer waited, pale and frightened. "Sir," the boy gasped, "they're saying you struck again. They're saying you killed the King's Maester." Raylan pressed the blood-stained parchment into his hand. "Then we must move faster. They'll not rest until my head's on a spike. But this proves it, Tomer. Reichard, the merchant, the Hand's Council. Someone means to bring down the Queen herself. And us with her," the boy whispered. Raylan looked back toward the Red Keep, its towers aglow with torchlight. Somewhere within, the true hand behind the white sigil was tightening the noose around the realm. He took the boy's shoulder firmly. "Come, we've one ally left, Mylessa Waters." She knew more than she told. If she still lives, she'll know what the next move must be. And so, as the city roared with the echo of alarm bells, Sir Raylan Dreyford vanished once more into the smoke and darkness of King's Landing, an outlaw knight chasing ghosts, and the blood crime that had yet to claim its final victim. The bells tolled through the night like a dirge for the condemned. Their echoes rolled across the city, rousing dogs to howl and sending whispers racing through the streets. The Queen's Maester slain, the outlaw knight seen fleeing the Red Keep, and bounty doubled for any man who brought his head before the sunrise. Sir Raylan Dreyford and young Tomer Pine slipped through the narrow, reeking alleys of Flea Bottom, cloaks drawn close, faces half hidden beneath grime. The streets were alive with rumor. Fishwives cursed the crown, gold cloaks marched in pairs, and somewhere above the rooftops, the great fire towers of the harbor cast their orange light like watchful eyes. They passed beneath the shadows of an old sept, where candles flickered in broken windows. Rollin paused there a moment, catching his breath. His hands were still stained with the Maester's blood. Blood spilled not by his doing, yet certain to be counted as his crime. "They'll never stop hunting you," Tomer whispered, voice trembling. "We should leave the city, take a ship across the sea." "No," Raylan said. "Not yet. The truth lies here, in these walls. If I flee, the realm will fall to the same poison that damned me." The boy's eyes were wide with fear, but he said nothing more. Together, they moved on, weaving through the maze of sleeping streets until they reached the crumbling gate that marked the edge of the Black Cells district. There, beneath an archway of old stone, stood the place they sought, a shuttered wine shop, its door marked with the faint sigil of a falcon. "Mylessa's sign," Raylan murmured. "She left it for me." He rapped softly twice, then once again. After a pause, the door creaked open a finger's width. A pair of wary gray eyes peered out. "Seven save us," Mylesa whispered. "You're mad to come here." She pulled them inside, barring the door behind them. The room was dim and cold, lit only by a single lamp. Maps and letters were spread across the table, and beside them lay a dagger black as obsidian. "You were followed?" she asked. "Not that I saw," Raylan said, "but the city is alive with soldiers. They've laid the maester's death at my feet." "Then the trap has been sprung," she said grimly. "I feared as much when the bells began. The Hand's men will use this chaos to move against the Queen. You've stumbled into the heart of their snare." She took up a parchment from the table and handed it to him. "This came from a contact within the keep before the alarms. It bears the same seal you described, the white hand within fire." Raylan unfolded it carefully. The words were few but chilling. "When the lioness weeps, the crown shall break. Strike before dawn." He looked up sharply. "The lioness, Queen Cersei." Mylesa nodded. "Aye. Whatever they plan, it will happen before sunrise. You have little time." Tomar's voice quavered. "But we're only 3. What can we do?" 3 who know the truth," Raylan said. "And sometimes that's enough to unmake a lie." He turned to Mylesa. "Tell me what you know, quickly." "The conspiracy began months ago," she said, pacing. "A circle of lords, minor ones, forgotten names, joined hands with certain men of the City Watch. They claim loyalty to the realm, but their goal is power. They mean to use the unrest to place their own upon the throne. The dragon glass you found, it was meant as a token, a promise from their allies on Dragonstone. Old magics traded for gold." "And the hand of the king?" Raylan asked. Her mouth tightened. "He knows. Perhaps he even leads them. None speak it aloud, but too many of his men bear that mark. The white hand. I've seen it painted on coin chests bound for the treasury." Roland's jaw hardened. "Then we strike there, tonight." Mylesa caught his arm. "You cannot fight them all. This is not a battle to win with steel. You must reveal them. Expose their hand before they act." "Then I need proof," Raylan said. "More than letters. Something they cannot burn or deny." She hesitated, then moved to the back wall and lifted a loose plank. From the hollow beneath, she drew forth a small chest of iron. "This came from Richard Brune's saddlebag," she said. "I kept it hidden when I fled. I feared what it might hold." Raylan took the chest. The lock was rusted, easy to break. Inside lay a single object, a ring of pale stone carved into the shape of a hand wreathed in flame. Beneath it rested a folded strip of parchment bearing 3 names: Sir Olivar Frey, Lord Jonas Brune, and Lord Gunser Sunglass. Tomar leaned closer. "They're all sworn to the crown." "Aye," Raylan said grimly, "and each sits close to the Hand's council." Mylesa's face was pale. "Now you see. This ring is their oath token. With it, the Queen herself will believe you if you can reach her." "That's a death walk," Tomar whispered. "Then it will be the last I take," Roland said. The bells tolled again, 2 long peals echoing over the rooftops. Mylesa's head snapped toward the window. They've begun. Outside, the city was alive once more, torches flaring in the distance, the clatter of hooves on stone. Somewhere up the hill, a scream carried on the wind. Raylan buckled his sword belt. "Stay here," he told the boy. "If I fail, burn the chest and flee. Do you understand?" Tomar shook his head. "No, sir. I'll not hide while you face them alone." Raylan's expression softened. "You've hard enough for a night, lad, but courage does not mean folly. The realm will need witnesses more than warriors." Before Tommer could protest, Mylessa stepped forward. "Go with him," she said. "If he's to reach the queen, he'll need your eyes and luck. The gods have marked you both." Raylan met her gaze, seeing in it the weary fire of one who had chosen her fate long ago. "And you?" "I'll draw their hounds from your trail," she said, reaching for her dagger. "When next they whisper your name, it will be in fear." He bowed his head. "You've my thanks, Mylessa Waters, and my oath should I live to see your name cleared beside mine." She smiled faintly. "Then go, Ser Falcon. Fly while your wings remain." They parted in silence. Rollin and Tommer slipped once more into the sleeping streets, climbing toward the hill of the Red Keep. The city burned with scattered fires now, and soldiers ran through the lanes shouting orders. From the heights came the clang of alarm bells, the screams of horses, and the distant crash of steel. At the base of the keep's outer gate, they found chaos. The guards were distracted by smoke rising from the stables. Raylan seized the moment, hauling Tommer through a side arch and up a servant's stair that led to the courtyard. The Queen's tower loomed above, its windows aglow with torchlight. Raylan ran, his heart pounding, the iron chest clutched beneath his arm. Twice they were seen. Twice his sword silenced the cry. The climb felt endless. At last, they reached the antechamber before the Queen's solar. 2 Lannister guards barred the way. "Halt!" one barked, leveling his spear. Raylan raised his hand, voice low but fierce. "Take me to your queen. I bear proof of treason in her very court." They hesitated, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Behind them, the door opened, and Queen Cersei Lannister herself stepped forth. Golden hair disheveled, eyes bright with fury. "Proof?" she demanded. "Or another lie from a murderer's mouth?" Raylan dropped to one knee and laid the ring before her. "From Richard Brune's own chest, your grace, the mark of those who mean to see you dead before dawn." For a moment, silence hung between them. Then, slowly, the Queen's expression changed. She reached down, lifted the ring, and turned it in the firelight. "I have seen this," she whispered, "in my hand's chamber." Behind her, footsteps echoed, heavier now, hurried. A tall man entered, cloaked in crimson silk. "The hand of the king." "Your grace," he began, bowing low. "Step back from that traitor. He—" Cersei's gaze snapped to him. "Enough. Explain yourself, Lord Hand. Why does this sigil lie among your seals?" The man froze, and in that heartbeat of hesitation, Raylan knew the truth. The conspiracy's heart stood before them, cloaked in royal trust. Steel hissed from its sheath. The Hand's men moved as one, and the night within the Red Keep erupted once more into blood and battle. And so, before the first light of dawn, the blood crime that had begun in a storm-swept inn reached the very steps of the Iron Throne itself. Steel flashed in the torchlight. The Queen's guards surged forward, crimson cloaks sweeping the floor as Sir Raylan Drayford drew his blade to meet them. The Hand's men, 3 of them dressed in black and silver, struck first, swift and silent, their faces cold as stone. The Queen's cry cut through the clash of metal. "Hold!" she commanded, voice fierce. "No man raises steel in my chamber without leave." But no one heeded her. One of the Hand's guards lunged, Raylan parried, sparks flying, the chamber filled with chaos, the snarl of men locked in struggle, the scrape of boots on marble. Cersei herself drew back, golden hair unbound, fury in her green eyes. Raylan fought like a man already condemned. Each stroke was driven by desperation, by the weight of too many wrongs. His sword cut through the first man's guard, drove deep beneath the ribs. The second came at him from the side. Raylan turned, their blades meeting with a crack that echoed off the walls. Tommer ducked beneath a table, clutching the iron chest tight. The boy's heart hammered in his chest, but his eyes stayed on Raylan. He'd seen the night fight before, but never like this, never with such quiet, relentless wrath. The third guard hesitated, seeing his comrades fall, but the hand, tall, gray-bearded and cold-eyed, gave a single nod. "Finish it." The man lunged again. Rollin met him halfway. The impact sent both men sprawling, steel clattering. The hand stepped back toward the queen, his voice smooth and urgent. "Your Grace, you must flee. The traitor means to kill us all and claim innocence." Cersei's gaze shifted from Raylan to the ring still clutched in her hand. The white hand within fire gleamed faintly in the torchlight. "This sigil," she murmured. "I have seen it upon your letters, my lord hand." For a heartbeat, silence reigned. The hand's mask of calm cracked, just enough to betray the truth. His hand drifted toward his dagger, but he was too slow. Rollin's sword caught him across the wrist, sending the blade spinning away. The man fell back with a hiss of pain, clutching his arm. "You do not understand," he spat. "Everything I've done was for the realm, to save it from her madness." Cersei's voice was ice. "You mean to save the realm from its queen?" The hand said nothing. He rose slowly, blood seeping between his fingers. "There are powers rising, your grace, powers beyond the wall, across the sea. The dragons stir again. You think the Iron Throne unshakable? It is already ash beneath our feet. My brothers sought to preserve it, to choose a ruler strong enough to survive what is coming." Raylan stepped forward, sword raised. "By murdering one lord, framing another, and sowing treason through the court?" The hand's eyes burned with a strange light. "Better treason now than ruin later." Cersei's hand trembled, but her voice did not. "Guards," she said, "take him." But the guards hesitated, uncertain whom to obey. The hand smiled bitterly. "You see, even they doubt. The rot runs deep, my queen." Then he turned, swift as a striking snake, and hurled a vial from his sleeve. It shattered against the hearth, and the fire roared higher, blue and wild. In the confusion, he fled through the rear door, cloak blazing like a banner. "After him!" Cersei shouted. Raylan was already moving. He bounded down the corridor, boots echoing on stone. Smoke trailed behind the fleeing hand, and the shouts of gold cloaks rose from below. Raylan pursued through twisting halls, past statues and tapestries, the night alive with the clash of pursuit. At last, they burst onto a balcony overlooking the Blackwater Bay. The wind howled, whipping the flames of nearby torches. The hand turned, cornered, his face pale in the firelight. "You cannot stop it," he said, voice ragged. "The hand is but one. The white flame has many fingers." Raylan leveled his sword. "Then I'll start by cutting this one away." They clashed again, blades ringing in the dark. The hand fought well for his years, desperate, driven. But age slowed him. Raylan disarmed him with a blow that sent the dagger spinning over the balustrade and into the black water below. The old man sagged against the railing. "Fool," he whispered. "You've slain a loyal servant. You've doomed the realm." "Then I'll face that doom myself," Raylan said. He swung once. The hand toppled backward, vanishing into the darkness below. The sea took him without a sound. Raylan stood there for a long moment, the wind tugging at his cloak, the flames reflecting in his eyes. Below, the bay shimmered red with fire. When he returned to the Queen's chamber, the smoke was thick, the floor littered with bodies. Cersei stood at the window, the strange ring still in her hand. "Is it done?" she asked. "It is," Raylan said. But he spoke of others, a greater circle, the white flame. Her eyes hardened. "Then we will find them, everyone. The city will burn clean before they take what is mine." Tomer stepped forward, clutching the chest. "Your Grace," he said timidly, "if you mean to cleanse the city, remember, some fires burn too long to die." The Queen looked down at him, surprised by his boldness. Then slowly she smiled, a sharp, dangerous smile. "You've a tongue for riddles, boy. I'll remember it." Raylan sheathed his sword. "If justice is done, my name must be cleared." Cersei turned to him, her expression unreadable. "You have served the realm tonight, Sir Raylan Drayford. But you know too much now. If I proclaim your innocence, I reveal my weakness. If I call you traitor, the truth dies with you." He met her gaze steadily. "Then what will you do, Your Grace?" She studied him for a moment, then turned toward the fire. "I will let the gods decide. You shall not hang, but you shall not stay. At dawn, a ship leaves for Old Town. You'll take it. Go where no one knows your name." Raylan inclined his head. "Exile, then." "Freedom," she corrected, "if you have the wit to use it." He bowed. "Then I'll take it as both." When he left the chamber, the sky above the Red Keep was beginning to pale. The bells had fallen silent at last, and only the distant cry of gulls broke the stillness. He and Tomer made their way down to the docks as the first light touched the waves. The boy was quiet, eyes heavy with all he had seen. "What now, sir?" he asked softly. Raylan looked toward the open sea, its horizon washed in gold. "Now we see where the tide carries us. The realm will hunt its own shadows, but the truth will outlive them." As they boarded the waiting ship, a weathered cog bound for the south, Rollin cast one last glance at the city. The towers of the Red Keep gleamed faintly in the dawn, and for a moment he thought he saw a figure at the highest balcony, watching. Cersei Lannister, Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, held the pale stone ring between her fingers, its carved hand catching the sun. "Strike before dawn," she whispered to herself, the words of the conspirators now her own. Then she closed her fist, crushing the symbol to dust. The ship's sails filled with wind. The harbor fell away behind them, and as the gulls wheeled overhead and the city faded into haze, Sir Raylan Drayford stood upon the deck, neither knight nor outlaw now, only a man burdened by secrets that no court of men would ever weigh. The blood crime had been avenged, but never punished. Its stain lingered, unseen yet unforgotten, upon every tide that washed the shores of Westeros. For in the Game of Thrones, even innocence was paid in blood, and the truth, like the sea, kept its own counsel. The sea carried them south for 7 days and nights, through rain and wind and the sighing of gray waters. The ship, the Maiden's Mercy, was a narrow-bellied trader out of King's Landing, crewed by men who spoke little and watched much. Sir Raylan Drayford kept mostly to himself, standing by the prow as the spray salted his face and the gulls circled high above. Tomer Pine, small and restless, darted between deckhands, learning the ship's ropes and their curses alike. The boy's laughter, when it came, was soft and quick to fade. He had seen too much for one his age: blood, betrayal, the cruel weight of power. Yet Raylan envied him still, for though the world had shown its teeth, the boy still dreamed. On the 8th morning, the sea turned green and shallow, and the mists gave way to sunlight. The city of Old Town rose before them, its white spire gleaming above the harbor like a finger pointing heavenward. The citadel's bells rang faintly over the wind, a softer song than the iron clangor of King's Landing. They disembarked near the fish market, where merchants shouted of silver eels and mackerel fresh from the whispering sound. Raylan drew his cloak about him. "Keep your hood up," he told Tomer. "Old Town is no kinder to strangers than the capital." The boy nodded, his wide eyes darting from septons to sailors to the gleaming masts of far ships. "What now, sir? The Queen said we were free." Raylan gave a wry smile. "Aye, free to wander, free to vanish, free to die nameless. Freedom's a bitter gift when the world still remembers your sins." They found an inn by the harbor called the Candle's Rest, a place for sailors and scribes alike. The keeper, a woman with ink-stained fingers, offered no questions and took coin readily. That night, Raylan slept for the first time without the sound of pursuit in his dreams. Yet the peace was hollow. For 3 days they stayed, blending among the port's endless bustle. Raylan walked the wharves, listening to the talk of ships, storms, and kings. News from the north came by raven, whispers of unrest beyond the wall, of wildlings gathering in numbers not seen for a generation. He thought of the hand's dying words, powers rising, the dragons stir again. On the 4th night, he found himself drawn to the citadel's shadow, to the tall stone bridges that spanned the Honeywine. The air smelled of parchment and old rain. Beneath one arch, he came upon a hooded figure feeding gulls with bits of bread. "I thought I might find you here," the figure said. The voice was soft, measured, a master's tone. Raylan's hand went to his dagger. "You've mistaken me for another." "No," the man replied, lifting his hood. His hair was white as salt, his chain glinting faintly in the moonlight. "No mistake. The Falcon Knight walks with ghosts, and I am one of them." Raylan frowned. "Who are you?" "Meister Ulior, once of King's Landing," the old man said. "Now dismissed for asking the wrong questions. You might say our paths run alike." Raylan hesitated. "And what brings you to me, Meister?" "The truth," Ulior said simply. "You think the Queen's order silenced the fire you uncovered? It burns still, deeper and darker. The White Hand did not die with the King's hand. They have spread, to Old Town, to the Reach, even to the Citadel." Raylan felt the old unease stirring again. "Then the realm is already lost." "Not lost," Ulior said, "merely blind. There are those who would use the old magics again. The dragon glass, the rites of fire and shadow. They whisper of summoning flame to meet the cold that comes from the north." "Madness," Raylan said. "Madness often wears the mask of wisdom," the maester replied. "And some who walk among chains and scrolls have forgotten which they serve, the realm or their own hungers." He handed Raylan a folded scrap of parchment. "This came into my keeping after the hand's fall. I believe it was meant for him. Read it." Raylan broke the wax seal. The same sigil stared back at him, a white hand within fire. Beneath, in fine script, were words that chilled him. "The flame rekindles at the high tower. The beacon shall call the sleepers." He looked up sharply. "What does it mean?" Ulior's face was grave. "The high tower's beacon burns brighter each night. They say it is merely to guide ships, but I have studied its fires. The color is wrong. Too bright, too pure. It is no common flame." Raylan's voice was low. "You think it tied to this cult?" "I know it," Ulior said. "They meet beneath the tower, in the catacombs that predate the first men. The Citadel turns a blind eye, but I have seen their sigils carved upon the stones." Tomer, who had crept closer unseen, spoke then. "If you know where they are, why not tell the guards?" The old man smiled sadly. "Because the guards serve lords who wear the same rings. Truth, my boy, is a fire few dare to hold. Raylan closed the letter. Show me where they meet. The Meister hesitated. It will be death if we are caught. Raylan's mouth tightened. Then let death find us chasing something worth the cost. That night, they followed Ulior through the narrow lanes of Old Town, across the bridges, and down to where the Honeywine lapped at the tower's base. The beacon above burned white and strong, its reflection trembling on the water like a blade of light. They passed through an old postern gate, half swallowed by ivy. Inside, the air grew damp and chill. Their lanterns cast small, trembling circles of gold upon the walls. Steps wound downward, carved from black stone that seemed to drink the light. When they reached the lowest vault, Ulior raised a hand for silence. Voices echoed faintly ahead, chanting, slow and rhythmic. Raylan crept forward and peered through a crack in the stones. In the chamber beyond stood a circle of 12 figures, cloaked in white, each wearing a ring shaped like a burning hand. Before them burned a brazier filled with blue fire that gave off no smoke. Upon its edge rested a dagger of dragon glass, gleaming darkly. The leader spoke, a woman's voice, clear and cold. The hand is fallen, but the flame endures. The queen still rules, but her rule is hollow. The lioness will burn as all false kings must. When the beacon flares thrice, the sleepers shall wake. Raylan's blood ran cold. He recognized the speaker's tone, the same measured calm he had heard in King's Landing, in whispered counsels. He turned to Ulior. Do you know her? The maester's face was pale. Lady Mylessa Waters, he breathed. Rollin froze. That cannot be. She died buying our escape. Or made you believe it, Ulior whispered. She plays a deeper game. Before Raylan could answer, the woman raised her head sharply as though hearing them. Who watches? She called, her voice ringing off the stone. In that instant, their lantern guttered. Darkness swallowed the hall. Ulior cried out as unseen hands dragged him away. Tomer clutched Raylan's arm, trembling. Run, Raylan hissed. They fled upward, the shouts of pursuers echoing behind them. The stair seemed endless, the walls closing in. When they burst into the night air at last, the beacon above flared suddenly, once, twice, thrice, its light blinding and pure. Across the city, bells began to toll. The sea reflected the white blaze like molten glass. Raylan looked back at the tower, his heart heavy with dread. The flame endures, he murmured, and it wears the face of the only friend I ever trusted. The boy's voice was small. What do we do now, sir? Raylan looked toward the dark line of the sea, then back at the blazing beacon. We follow the fire, he said quietly. Until it burns itself out, or burns the world. And with that, they vanished into the streets of Old Town as the dawn broke red upon the spire, and the shadow of the white hand stretched across the realm once more. Dawn bled across Old Town like a wound that would not close. The river mists rose thick and low, veiling the high tower in pale shrouds of smoke. Beneath its shining crown of fire, the streets were heavy with whispers, whispers of the light that had flared thrice in the night, and the strange tremors that had followed it. Sir Raylan Drayford and young Tomer Pine watched from the broken steps of an abandoned sept near the riverbank. The boy's hands were still shaking. He had not slept, neither had Raylan. The memory of that secret gathering beneath the high tower burned behind his eyes. The circle of white-cloaked figures, the blue fire that made no smoke, and the voice of Mylessa Waters speaking of queens and flame. Raylan had thought her dead. He had buried that name among his regrets. Yet now she lived. And worse, She commanded the very order he had fought to destroy. He turned his face from the tower's distant glow. "We cannot remain here," he said quietly. "The city will stir soon. If they know we spied upon them, every gate will be closed before midday." Tommer nodded, but his voice trembled. "Where will we go, sir? Who would believe us now?" Raylan did not answer at once. His eyes drifted to the ships moored in the harbor, masts swaying like dark spears. "Someone must," he said at last. "If the flame spreads, it will not end in Old Town. The Queen will be its next spark." The boy frowned. "You mean to return to King's Landing?" "I mean to finish what was begun," Raylan said. "But to reach the Queen again, I'll need proof. The word of a disgraced knight counts for little against the tongues of lords." He rose, tightening his cloak. "Come, the maester may yet live." "We must find him." They crossed the waking city like shadows, keeping to alleys and market lanes. The people of Old Town were slow to rise, but rumor quickened them now. Everywhere they went, they heard the same murmur, the beacon's strange color, the trembling earth, and the shapes some swore they had seen in the river's depths when the light blazed white. By noon, the citadel's bells were tolling, calling the archmaesters to council. Raylan used the clamor to slip into the lower halls where scribes hurried with scrolls and novices whispered prayers. Tommer followed close, his small hands clutching the hem of Raylan's cloak. They found Ulior near the infirmary, wounded but breathing. He lay beneath a canopy of green cloth, his face pale, his chain glinting faintly at his throat. When he saw Raylan, his eyes widened in disbelief. "I thought you lost," he rasped. "You were wrong," Raylan said. "What happened?" "They took me when the lantern failed," Ulior said weakly. "Dragged me through the dark. I feigned death when the flames rose. They thought me gone." "And Mylessa?" The maester's expression turned grim. "She leads them now. The old circle of lords is scattered, but she has bound the remnant beneath one creed. The realm must burn to rise. They mean to kindle the old magics beneath the high tower and spread them northward." Raylan's jaw tightened. "Then their beacon is no mere fire." "No," said Ulior. "It feeds on dragon glass and blood. The Citadel fears to name it, but the signs are plain to those who still read the forbidden tomes. If left unchecked, it could wake things buried since the doom." Tommer paled. "Monsters?" "Worse," the Meister said. "Truth." Before Raylan could press him further, a cry echoed down the corridor. "Search every hall," a voice barked. "The traitor Meister lives." Raylan cursed under his breath. "They've found us." Ulior struggled to rise. "Go, take the boy. My work is done." "You'll not be left to die," Raylan said. "You cannot save me," Ulior replied. His hand clutched Raylan's arm. "But you can save what I've hidden." He thrust a small scroll into the knight's palm, its seal broken and re-tied with thread. "Give this to the Archmaster of Ravens, Marwyn the Mage. He knows what it means. He alone will listen." Boots thundered closer. Tommer's eyes were wide with fear. "Go," Ulior hissed. "And remember, the fire burns cleanest where the heart is most false." Raylan dragged Tommer toward the courtyard as shouts rang out behind them. They burst through a side door into the light, sprinting past startled novices and across the bridge that led toward the river. Arrows hissed past. One struck the stone beside Raylan's head. Another glanced off the railing. "Faster!" he shouted. They dove into the shallows below, the cold water swallowing their cries. When they surfaced, the Citadel's spire loomed above them, the high tower's white fire still blazing in the distance. By dusk they had found refuge among the wharves, hidden in a fisherman's loft. Raylan spread the scroll by lantern light. The writing within was cramped and strange, part code, part riddle. Yet one line stood clear, scrawled in Ulior's careful hand. The beacon's flame calls to Dragonstone. Raylan stared at the words until his knuckles whitened. Dragonstone, he murmured. Then this sorcery reaches farther still. Tommer shifted uneasily. Sir, if this power comes from there, what chance have we? Enough to try, Rollin said. If we can warn the Archmeister, perhaps he can reach the Queen before the flame spreads. That night, they stole aboard a merchant cog bound for Blackwater Bay. The captain, a dour man with a scarred cheek, cared little who they were so long as coin was paid. The ship slipped from the harbor under a moonless sky, and by the time the beacon's glow had faded behind them, Old Town was only a smudge upon the sea. Raylan stood at the stern, the scroll tucked close to his heart. The waves rolled dark beneath the stars. Tommer slept nearby, wrapped in a coil of sailcloth. But Raylan could not rest. He saw Mylessa's face each time he closed his eyes, calm, resolute, and lit by the blue fire. He had believed her to be his ally once, a woman of secrets, but also of cause. Yet now he saw her for what she was, a player in a deeper game, one that spanned kingdoms and kings alike. Near midnight, he heard movement behind him. The captain approached, eyes shadowed beneath his hood. Storm's coming, the man said quietly. Best you tie down what you value. Raylan looked up. I've weathered worse. The captain smiled thinly. Aye, but not all storms come from the sky. Before Raylan could react, the man drew a knife and struck. Raylan caught his wrist, the blade grazing his shoulder. They grappled by the rail, the sea churning black below. You were paid to kill me, Raylan grunted. Aye, the captain hissed. The woman paid well, said the falcon must never reach the capital. Raylan's fury gave him strength. He wrenched the knife away and drove his elbow into the man's throat. The captain staggered, gasping. Then a final shove sent him over the rail and into the dark. The sea closed over him without a sound. Raylan leaned on the rail, breath ragged, salt and blood on his lips. The storm clouds gathered to the east, flashing white on the horizon. Tommer stirred below, awakened by the commotion. Sir? Go below, Raylan said quietly, and pray the gods still listen to the likes of us. When dawn came, the ship sailed beneath a bruised sky, its crew silent and watchful. The boy slept again, and Raylan stood alone at the prow, clutching the scroll. Ahead lay Dragonstone, and the truth he no longer wished to learn. Behind him, Old Town burned unseen, its beacon blazing brighter with each passing hour. And somewhere beneath that tower, Mylessa Waters lifted her eyes to the sea and whispered, The falcon flies toward his fire. The storm answered with thunder. The storm struck at sunset. The clouds came first, black as iron, boiling up from the east, and then the sea rose to meet them. The ship pitched and heaved, its timbers groaning as if in pain. Waves smashed across the deck, tearing ropes from their cleats and snuffing lanterns to darkness. Sir Rowland Drayford clung to the railing, salt and rain stinging his eyes. The boy, Tommer, was lashed to the mainmast with a length of line, his face pale but determined. Each time lightning tore open the sky, Raylan saw the fear in the crew's eyes, the same fear he felt gnawing at his own heart. For hours the wind screamed like a living thing. The sails ripped to tatters. The ship rolled and shuddered, caught between wave and wind, until the world became nothing but water and roar and flashing white, Raylan prayed, not to the Seven, nor to any god of men, but to the sea itself, that ancient beast that cared nothing for crowns or crimes. When at last the storm broke, dawn was bleeding over the horizon, and the ship lay crippled upon the waves. Half the crew were gone, claimed by the deep, and the mast was cracked near its base. Yet they lived. Somehow, they lived. Tomer stirred weakly beside him. "Sir, are we near land?" Raylan turned his gaze to the west. Through the thinning fog, jagged peaks rose from the sea like black teeth. A fortress crouched upon the tallest of them, its towers half hidden by smoke and stormlight. "Dragonstone," Raylan said quietly. The boy followed his gaze and shuddered. "It looks like a monster waiting to swallow us." "Then let it," Raylan said. "Our road ends there." They limped the ship toward shore, using oars where the sail could no longer serve. By midday, they made landfall at a narrow cove beneath the cliffs. The air stank of sulfur and salt. The beach was littered with black pebbles that glistened like wet glass. Dragonstone, the seat of House Targaryen, where fire was first born into the blood of men. The fortress loomed above them, carved in the likeness of dragons whose wings seemed to merge with the mountain itself. They climbed the steep, winding path that led to the gate. The wind carried the cry of gulls and the hiss of unseen fires burning in the vents below. When they reached the top, they found the gates unguarded. "It's empty," Tomer whispered. Raylan frowned. "No castle of this size lies empty. Stay close." They entered the yard. The stones were slick with rain, and the air trembled faintly with the pulse of heat from deep beneath the earth. Statues of dragons lined the walls, their eyes dark and hollow. Then a voice broke the silence. "You should not have come here, Sir Raylan Drayford." He spun, hand on sword. From the shadow of an archway stepped a woman in a cloak of gray and red. Her hair, once dark, was streaked now with white, but her face was the same, sharp, calm, and terrible in its certainty. "My Lessa," Raylan breathed. She smiled faintly. "You remember then, I had wondered if the sea would wash my name from you." Raylan's sword rose an inch. "You led the white flame. You killed the hand. You lied to me." "I did what I must," she said softly. "As you have. We are both killers, Raylan, but I kill for the living." Tomer stepped between them, trembling. "You're mad. You serve a fire that burns everything it touches." Mylessa's eyes softened when they fell on the boy. "Child, you've seen only a spark. The true fire cleanses. The old gods of Valyria left their gifts here, sleeping in stone. The maesters fear it. The lords deny it. But it is the only power that can stand against the cold that marches from the north. The White Walkers are tales for children," Raylan said, though even as he spoke, the words felt hollow. "Then why does the Citadel send ravens each week to the wall?" she asked. "Why do men vanish beyond the frost fangs and return with eyes of blue?" Raylan said nothing. The wind howled between the walls, and beneath it, he heard the faint hum of something alive, something vast and buried deep. Mylessa turned and gestured toward the keep. "Come, I will show you what your Meister died to find." Against his better judgment, Rollin followed. They passed through a long corridor lined with carvings of dragons and kings. At the end, a stair spiraled down into the mountain's heart. The air grew hotter with each step, and the walls began to glow faintly red. At last, they entered a cavern vast enough to swallow the Red Keep itself. A river of molten rock flowed through its center, and upon a stone dais above it stood an altar carved in the shape of a dragon's skull. Upon the altar rested a crystal that burned with inner light, white at its heart, crimson at its edge. "The heart of flame," Mylesa said. "Forged before the doom, when Valyria still ruled the world. It is power, Raylan, pure and old. The Citadel fears it, but I would use it. Not for glory, not for crowns, but to save the realm." Raylan stepped closer. The heat pressed against his skin, searing, yet he could not look away. Within the crystal, shadows moved, shapes that might have been wings. "And how many must burn for your salvation?" he asked quietly. "As many as it takes," she said. "The realm rots under weak kings and proud fools. Fire alone can remake it." He drew his sword. "Then you are no better than the lords you claim to despise." Mylesa sighed. "I hoped you would see. Once I thought you might even stand beside me." Tommer shouted, "Sir, look!" The crystal flared, flooding the cavern with white fire. Raylan staggered back, shielding his eyes. When the light faded, Mylesa stood before the altar, her hands pressed against the stone. The veins of molten rock pulsed brighter, as though the mountain itself had awakened. "The beacon burns in Old Town," she said, her voice rising. "Now the second flame shall answer. When the third rises, the world will change forever." "Not while I breathe," Raylan growled. He charged, sword raised. Mylesa turned, eyes blazing, not with fear, but pity. "Then forgive me, Sir Falcon." The ground split. Fire roared upward, swallowing the altar. Raylan leapt aside, dragging Tommer with him as the cavern shuddered. The walls cracked. Molten rock splashed across the floor. Mylesa stood unmoving amid the chaos, her cloak whipping in the heat. "Go!" she cried. "The fire will not wait." Raylan hesitated, torn between fury and grief. Then he turned and fled. They climbed the stair 2 steps at a time, the air growing hotter, the roar behind them louder. When they burst into the courtyard, the sky was red as blood. The mountain's peak was alight, a column of flame rising into the heavens. The sea boiled at its base. Tommer gasped. "She's destroyed it all." "No," Raylan said, staring at the burning fortress. "She's begun something far worse." They fled down the cliffs as Dragonstone shook behind them, pieces of molten rock raining into the waves. When at last they reached the shore, the fortress was a crown of fire upon the mountain. Raylan fell to his knees, breath ragged, the scroll still clutched in his hand. "The second flame," he whispered. "The realm will burn." Tommer looked up at the inferno, tears streaking the soot on his cheeks. "Then we have to stop the third." Raylan rose slowly, the fire reflecting in his eyes. "Aye," he said, "but to stop fire, sometimes one must walk through it." Behind them, Dragonstone burned on, its flames reaching skyward like a promise and a curse. The fire burned for 3 days and nights. Ships that sailed too near Dragonstone spoke of columns of flame that licked the very clouds, and of a red glow that turned the sea into molten glass. When at last the mountain quieted, smoke still poured from its crown, and a great crack split the fortress from gate to spire. Sir Raylan Drayford and Tommer Pine watched from the cliffs of Driftmark, where they had taken refuge among the ruins of an old fishing hold. The boy's face was pale beneath the ash that still clung to his hair. "She's gone," Tommer said softly. "No one could live through that." Raylan did not answer. His eyes never left the distant island. The flames had died, but the sea itself still steamed around it, and each night a red light flickered in the clouds above, as though the mountain still breathed fire in its sleep. He turned the scroll Ulior had given him over in his hands. Its parchment was stained with seawater, its seal cracked, yet the writing within remained untouched. Every time he read the words, "The beacon's flame calls to Dragonstone," he understood them less. 2 flames now burned where one had stood, and the third, if it existed, would soon rise. "The second flame has answered," he murmured, "and the realm has yet to feel it." Tommer glanced toward him. "Do you think the Queen knows?" "She will," Ralin said, "when her seas boil and her skies burn." He rose, fastening his sword belt. "We can't linger here. The truth must reach King's Landing before the third flame is lit." They left Driftmark under a bruised dawn, taking passage with a trader bound for the capital. The man asked no questions, content to fill his purse. The journey was quiet, save for the uneasy murmur of the crew whenever they glimpsed the faint red haze still rising from Dragonstone. By the second night, the sky darkened again, and the wind carried the scent of burning salt. Raylan slept little, haunted by dreams of fire. He saw Mylessa standing amid the flames, her face calm as the world crumbled. The realm must burn to rise. Her voice lingered like smoke. When they reached Blackwater Bay, King's Landing shimmered on the horizon, its towers gilded by the setting sun. But even from the sea, Raylan could see unrest. The harbor was crowded with war galleys, and smoke rose from the city's far quarter. "They've lit the pyres again," one sailor muttered. "More witch burnings, they say. The Queen's purging her enemies." Raylan felt a chill that had nothing to do with the wind, or hiding her fears. The ship anchored before nightfall. Raylan and Tommer slipped ashore among the dockside rabble. The air stank of tar and rot. The Goldcloaks patrolled in 2s and 3s, their armor dull with soot. "Where now, sir?" Tommer asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "To the Citadel's envoy," Raylan said. "If Marwyn has sent word here, the Meisters will know." They crossed the lower city by way of the narrow alleys, avoiding the watch. The Queen's banners still hung above the gates, gold lions on crimson silk, but they hung limp, as though wearied by the weight of what they guarded. Near the Street of Steel, they found the small sept that served as the Citadel's hall. A single lantern burned above its door. Within, a thin man in gray robes bent over a desk, writing by candlelight. "Marwyn the Mage?" Raylan asked. The man looked up. His face was narrow, his eyes sharp and dark. "I was told you were dead," he said. "Many have wished it," Raylan replied. He drew the scroll from his cloak and laid it before him. "From Meister Olior of Oldtown. He said you would know." Marwyn broke the seal, his eyes scanning the script. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then he looked up, his expression grave. "It is worse than I feared," he said softly. "The white flame has breached the old wards beneath Dragonstone. They mean to awaken what sleeps below the stone, what Valyria buried when it fell." Tommer's brow furrowed. "You mean dragons?" Marwyn's lips curved into a grim smile. "If only. No, boy. Fire without form. The breath of the mountain. The heart fire that fed their forges. Unchecked, it will spread through the veins of the world itself. The third flame will call it forth." "And where?" Raylan demanded. "Where will the third flame burn?" Marwyn hesitated. "Here," he said at last. "Beneath the Red Keep. The last and greatest of the ancient beacons lies buried beneath Aegon's Hill. Few know of it now, but I have read the stones. The Targaryens built their throne upon its ruin." Raylan's breath caught. "Then the Queen sits above the very heart of it." "Aye," said Marwyn, "and the white flame means to see it awaken." The room seemed smaller suddenly, the air thick with the smell of hot wax. Raylan's mind raced. "We must warn her." Marwyn's gaze hardened. "Warn her, and she'll hang you before hearing a word. She fears truth more than treason. No, the fire must be stopped before it reaches her. The tunnels beneath the keep still exist. Find the vault of the old dragons. If you see the sigil of the White Hand, you are already too late. He pressed a small iron key into Raylan's hand. You'll need this. It opens the gate beneath the city wall. May the Seven, or whoever still listens, guard you. That night, they crept toward the Red Keep through the forgotten passages of Flea Bottom. The city was restless, riot brewing in the taverns, fires smoldering in the gutters. Raylan moved with purpose, his sword drawn, Tommer close behind. When they reached the base of Aegon's Hill, the key turned easily in the lock. A narrow stair descended into darkness. The air was cold, damp with the scent of old stone and iron. They walked in silence, the boy's lantern casting long shadows on the walls. At last, the stair opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost to darkness. Carved dragons lined the pillars, and in the center stood a great iron door embossed with the mark Raylan had come to dread, a white hand encircled by fire. Tommer's breath hitched. We're too late. No, Raylan said, setting his jaw. We're just in time. He pressed his shoulder against the door. It groaned, but held fast. He tried again, this time with the key Marwyn had given him. The lock clicked, and from beyond the door came a low, steady hum, like the sound of wind through deep caverns. The air grew warm. The metal beneath his hand began to tremble. Then, from somewhere behind them, a voice spoke, cool and certain. You were always meant to come here, Sir Raylan. He turned. Mylessa stood in the archway, cloaked in gray, her eyes reflecting the lantern's flame. Behind her came the echo of many feet, the whisper of those who followed her cause. Raylan's sword hissed free. I saw you die. You saw me change, she said. The second flame was my trial. The third will be my triumph. Tommer stepped forward. You'll destroy the city. Mylessa's gaze softened. I will save it, little one. Fire births the new from the ashes of the old. That is the law of the world. Raylan raised his sword. Then I will break that law. She sighed. So be it. The chamber filled with light as her followers lifted their torches. The iron door shuddered, a line of molten gold spreading across its surface. And in that moment, as heat rolled through the earth and the walls began to quake, Raylan knew the third flame had already awakened. He turned to Tommer. Run! But the boy stood fast beside him, lantern trembling in his hand. Not this time, sir. We end it together. The door split with a thunderous crack, and the light beyond poured out, white and blinding. Mylessa stepped toward it, her arms outstretched. Behold the rebirth of fire, she said. Raylan charged. The light swallowed them all. The light consumed everything. It was not like the fire of hearths or torches. It was purer, older, a searing brilliance that seemed to strip flesh from soul. Raylan Drayford felt it rush through him like a storm through hollow wood. The air vanished, the ground shuddered, and for a heartbeat, there was no world at all. Only soundless flame, bright and endless. Then came darkness. When Raylan opened his eyes, he was lying on cold stone. The taste of iron filled his mouth. Around him, the cavern still trembled, the air thick with ash and smoke. The iron door that had sealed the vault was gone, melted perhaps, or devoured by the very thing it had kept. The chamber beyond yawned wide, and in its depths burned a light that pulsed like the heart of the world. Tommer knelt beside him, face pale and streaked with soot. Sir, you're alive. Barely, Raylan muttered, forcing himself upright. His armor was scorched black, his sword lying half-melted beside him, The heat was unbearable, yet the air itself seemed to breathe, pulling and pushing as though the mountain beneath the Red Keep had come awake. Beyond the ruin stood Mylessa Waters. Her cloak had burned away, leaving only the pale shimmer of cloth that clung to her form. Her hair, white now as moonlight, streamed in the hot wind. She turned to him with eyes that blazed faintly red. "You see it now," she said. "The third flame, the breath of creation." Raylan rose unsteadily. "You've doomed us all." "I've freed us," she replied. "The fire will purge the rot of this world. No more lies, no more thrones built on blood. Only truth." Tommer stepped forward. "Truth doesn't need to burn people alive." She smiled sadly. "Every truth does, child." Raylan moved between them, his body a shield. "If this is truth, then I'll see it buried again." He drew the dagger at his belt, the only weapon left to him, and charged. Mylessa did not move. The air thickened around her, bending the heat like a living veil. When he struck, his blade turned in his hand, the metal glowing white before snapping in two. "Still you fight," she murmured. "Still you cling to a dying world." "I fight," he gasped, "because I must." The ground cracked open between them. A roar filled the air, deep and mournful, like the cry of something vast and ancient, waking from sleep. From the fissure spilled light, not flame, but pure brilliance, alive and pulsing. The pillars trembled, the stones shuddered. Mylessa spread her arms. "Behold it, Sir Raylan, the old magic, the heart fire of Valyria reborn." He felt it pressing against his mind, filling his thoughts with whispers. Visions flashed before him, dragons wheeling over burning cities, kings bowing to flames. The sky itself turned red. He saw himself crowned in fire, sword blazing, the world kneeling. Then Tommer's small voice cut through it all. "Sir, don't listen." The boy's hand seized his arm, dragging him back to himself. The visions shattered. Raylan staggered, clutching his head. "You are stronger than I hoped," Mylessa said softly. "Perhaps even strong enough to share it." She stepped closer to the rift, the light spilling around her like molten glass. "Help me shape it. Together, we can make a world without kings or queens, without hunger or war." Raylan's breath came ragged. "At what cost?" "The cost of what was," she whispered. For a heartbeat, he hesitated. The light was beautiful, almost gentle now, a promise of peace if he would only yield. He thought of the wars he'd fought, the blood spilled for causes long forgotten. What if she was right? What if fire could remake what men had broken? Then he looked at Tommer, his face streaked with tears, his eyes full of desperate trust. And he remembered who he was. "I've seen too many thrones of ash," Raylan said, "and I'll not build another." He turned, seizing the broken half of his dagger. Its edge glowed faintly red. "If fire is your god, then let it judge us both." With all his strength, he hurled the blade into the rift. The world exploded. The light screamed. The air itself tore apart, collapsing inward. Mylessa's cry was lost in the roar. Raylan grabbed Tommer and ran, the heat biting at their heels. The tunnels shuddered, walls splitting as rivers of molten stone burst forth. They stumbled up the stairway, half blind, half burning. Behind them, the chamber vanished in a thunderous collapse. By the time they reached the surface, the Red Keep was aflame. Towers split, walls cracked, the night sky red as dawn. Bells rang madly across the city. Alarms, prayers, the sound of panic. They fled through the royal gardens, where trees smoldered and fountains hissed steam. The heat followed them, chasing them down corridors of marble that melted beneath their feet. "Sir," Tommer gasped. "Look!" From the highest tower rose a pillar of light, white and terrible, piercing the clouds. It shone for a moment, bright as the sun, and then vanished, leaving only smoke. The ground stilled. The fire died. Raylan fell to his knees, chest heaving. The city below lay in ruin, half its roofs caved, the harbor filled with drifting ash. Yet the Red Keep still stood, blackened but whole. He did not know how long they sat there among the wreckage. The night passed without stars, only the soft hiss of dying flame. When at last the wind turned cool, he looked toward the tower again. "She's gone," he said quietly. Tomar nodded, his voice hoarse. "Do you think it's over?" Raylan stared toward the horizon, where faint light stirred. The dawn was strange, red but soft, almost golden. The sea beyond the city gleamed as though newly forged. "I don't know," he said. "Perhaps the fire sleeps again. Perhaps it waits." They made their way through the city in silence. The people of King's Landing stumbled from their homes, faces gray with soot, eyes wide with awe. Some knelt in the streets, whispering prayers. Others stared at the ruined keep and wept. When they reached the river gate, a column of gold cloaks barred their way. Their captain, a broad-shouldered man with a scarred cheek, looked Raylan over, his brow furrowed. "You," he said, "Sir Drayford, the Queen named you traitor." Raylan met his gaze. "If the Queen yet lives, tell her the fire is quenched. If she does not, then tell the realm to beware the next who calls themselves Savior." The captain studied him a long moment, then stepped aside. "Go then. The gods have already judged you." They left the city as the sun climbed, its light catching on the smoke and ruin. Behind them, the Red Keep loomed silent, its stones black but unbroken. By midday they reached the King's Road, the wind cool upon their faces. Tomar walked beside him, head bowed. "What now, sir?" the boy asked softly. Raylan looked north, where the hills rolled away into haze. "Now," he said, "we walk until we find a place the fire has not yet touched." He turned once more toward the city. Somewhere deep beneath that mountain of stone, he thought he heard a whisper, a heartbeat faint and steady, as if the world itself were breathing again. Perhaps Mylessa had failed. Perhaps she had not. But as the wind shifted and the sky deepened to blue, Raylan Drayford swore that if ever the flames rose again, he would be there to face them. For the realm might forget its heroes, and the songs might fade, but the fire that once consumed him would never be his master. And so, the Falcon Knight walked into the dawn, with the ashes of kings at his back, and the boy who believed in him at his side, while behind them, beneath the ruins of the Red Keep, something ancient stirred and waited. They followed the King's Road north through the ash of kingdoms. Smoke still hung above the distant capital, a gray veil that caught the morning light like a bruise upon the sky. The fields were littered with charred trees and shattered carts, and the air carried a strange scent, half fire, half salt, as if the sea itself had burned. For days, Sir Raylan Drayford and Tomar Pine walked in silence. The boy's steps had grown heavier, his eyes shadowed by all he had seen. Raylan, too, was weary to his bones. The wounds of the fire still ached, and his dreams were haunted by flashes of white light and a woman's voice whispering through the smoke. The realm must burn to rise. By the 5th day, they reached the green hills of the Reach, though green was hardly the word. The grass had turned pale, the rivers ran low, and the farmers they passed stared at the sky as if waiting for something that would not come. "Something's wrong with the air," Tomar said one evening as they camped by a dry creek bed. Raylan nodded. Aye, the fire changed more than stone. When he looked toward the west, he saw faint light flickering where no sun should reach, a red shimmer that danced upon the horizon. The second flame, still burning beneath Dragonstone perhaps, or some new fire kindled by hands unseen. He turned away from it. Sleep, lad. We march at dawn. They made for Old Town, hoping to find Maester Marwyn again, or any who still bore knowledge of the white flame. The road was long and lonely. Once they passed a column of soldiers flying the Lion of Lannister, but their banners were tattered and their faces hollow. Raylan pulled Tommer into the woods until the men had gone. On the 10th day, they reached the Mander River, wide and slow. A ferryman, old and toothless, took their last coins to bring them across. "You're fools," the man muttered as he pulled them through the mist. "South's no place for honest folk. The earth trembles some nights. Things move under the water that ain't fish." Tommer clutched his arm. "What things?" The ferryman spat into the river. "Ask the Meisters, boy. They brought their sorcery from the east, same as your lords bring their wars." Rollin said nothing. He remembered the molten river beneath the Red Keep, the hum that had filled the air like a heartbeat. The old man might be mad, but madness had a way of smelling truth in this world. They reached the far bank and continued west. The ruins of an abandoned sept offered shelter that night. Its altar was cracked, its walls blackened by soot. Raylan made a small fire, more for comfort than warmth. Tommer lay curled beside it, staring into the flames. "Sir," he whispered after a time, "do you think she lived?" Raylan's hand stilled on his sword hilt. "Mylessa?" The boy nodded. He thought of her face in that final moment, serene, almost peaceful, as the light swallowed her. "If she lived," he said at last, "then gods help the realm." The boy's eyes drifted closed, and soon he slept. But Rollin could not. He sat long into the night, watching the fire shrink to embers. When he finally turned to rest, he saw the faintest glimmer within the ashes, a single spark that did not die. By dawn, it was gone. They reached Old Town after a fortnight's travel. The city was changed. The great high tower still rose above the harbor, but its beacon no longer shone white. Instead, it burned with a faint red hue, as though blood had stained its light. Raylan's gut tightened. The fire spreads. The streets were crowded with refugees from the east, sailors, merchants, even nobles fleeing the capital. Rumors filled every tavern that the queen had gone mad, that dragons had returned, that the sea near Dragonstone still glowed at night. Raylan made for the citadel, but when they reached its gates, they found them barred. Guards in gray stood watch, their faces grim. "The Archmaesters are gone," one told him. "Those who remain keep silence. There will be no entry." Raylan stepped forward. "Tell them Sir Raylan Drayford brings word of Maester Marwyn and the White Flame." The guard's eyes flickered, but his voice stayed flat. "Those names are forbidden. Leave before the bells call the watch." They turned away, but as they did, a cloaked figure appeared in the crowd, a woman with a hood drawn low. She brushed past Raylan, slipping a folded scrap into his hand without a word. When he turned, she was gone. The note bore a single line: "The fire sleeps beneath the tower." Rollin looked up at the high tower's red flame, and cold settled in his gut. "The third flame may be gone," he murmured, "but the second still wakes." That night, they found lodging near the docks. The air smelled of brine and rot, and the sound of the tide was constant. Tommer slept on a pallet of straw, while Raylan sat by the window, staring toward the tower's faint glow. He was almost drifting into uneasy sleep when a deep rumble rolled through the city. The ground shook. Cups fell from shelves. Then, from the direction of the high tower, a column of light speared upward into the night. Red this time, not white. Bells rang an alarm, and screams followed. Raylan was on his feet at once. "Tommer, up!" They raced into the streets as fire bloomed at the tower's base. The harbor waters churned, glowing red beneath the flames. From the stone piers came the crash of breaking ships and the wails of drowning men. "The sea's burning," someone shouted. Raylan grabbed the boy's hand and pulled him toward the river gate. "We must reach the bridge if we can find a way out before." A blast cut him short. The tower shuddered, cracks running up its flanks. From those cracks poured not flame, but light, liquid and alive, streaming into the streets like molten gold. Where it touched, the stones melted, the air itself bending. Raylan turned to see faces in the crowd dissolve into nothingness, their screams swallowed by the roar. "Sir!" Tommer cried. "The scroll!" Raylan's hand went to his cloak. The parchment Ulior had given him, its script written in strange symbols, was pulsing faintly, glowing with the same red light. For a moment, he hesitated. Then, understanding struck him like a blade. The words were never warning, he said. They were command. He tore the scroll in two. The light flared, then faltered. The river's surface boiled, but the tower's glow dimmed just slightly. "Run!" he shouted. They fled through the burning streets, past collapsing bridges and fountains that spewed steam. By the time they reached the city's edge, the roar had faded behind them. When they looked back, the high tower still stood, its beacon now dark. The sea glimmered faintly red, but the light no longer spread. Rollin sank to one knee, breath ragged. "It sleeps again," he said. "For now." Tommer knelt beside him. "Sir, will it wake again?" Rollin's gaze lingered on the distant tower, black against the dawn. "Everything wakes in time." He rose, sheathing his sword. "Come. There's nothing more for us here. The realm will need rebuilding, and perhaps guarding from what it no longer remembers." They turned from the sea and began the long road north once more. The wind smelled of salt and ash, and above the horizon, the faintest trace of red still lingered in the clouds, like an ember refusing to die. Neither spoke, for words could not yet shape what they had seen, but Raylan knew, deep within him, that the fire had not perished. It had merely passed into waiting hands. And so they walked on through the waking land, two small figures upon the endless road, while behind them, unseen beneath the waves, the old magic stirred once more, whispering its promise. The realm must burn to rise. The King's Road stretched before them, a ribbon of dust winding through the wounded heart of Westeros. Though the spring winds had returned, the land bore the marks of its burning. Blackened orchards, empty villages, rivers that stank of ash. The fire had touched everything, yet in strange places the world seemed greener, as though the flame had scorched away blight as well as life. Sir Raylan Drayford rode a borrowed horse, its coat mottled gray, its step slow. Tommer Pine walked beside him, the boy's small figure dwarfed by the ruin of the countryside. They had been on the road for 2 months, heading north. Each mile carried them farther from the red glow of Old Town's broken beacon, but not from the memory of what they had seen. Raylan's shoulder still bore the scar of the fire, a deep mark that burned on cold nights. Sometimes he dreamed of Mylessa Waters standing within that light, her face calm and sorrowful, her voice whispering across the smoke. "Fire is truth, Raylan, and truth cannot die." He would wake then with his sword in hand, and the boy's frightened eyes upon him. In every town they passed, Tales of miracles followed them, flames that healed the sick, rivers that glowed crimson at dusk, strange lights dancing above the sea. The maesters, what few remained, spoke of shifts in the winds and the stars, of omens that heralded change. Raylan did not speak of Dragonstone or the Red Keep. He did not speak of Mylesa or the three flames that had nearly unmade the world. He was weary of prophecy, of gods and their cruel amusements. But the world was not done with him. One night, as they camped near the edge of the Kingswood, a rider approached from the east. His cloak was of green wool, travel-stained, his beard gray and long. When he drew close enough for Raylan to see his face, the knight's breath caught. "Maester Marwyn," he said in disbelief, "I thought you perished when the citadel fell." "Many thought so," Marwyn replied, dismounting stiffly. "Fire spares what it chooses. I have followed its wake north, seeking the ones who survived it. I knew I would find you here." Tamar rose, wary but curious. "You followed us?" "I followed what you carry," the Maester said. His eyes fell on Raylan's chest, where beneath his tunic a faint glow pulsed. Raylan frowned and drew forth the shard he had kept hidden, the broken tip of the dagger he had hurled into the rift beneath the Red Keep. Though scorched, it still gleamed faintly red, warm to the touch. "It sings sometimes," Raylan admitted. "Soft as a heartbeat." Marwyn nodded grimly. "That is no mere fragment of steel. It drank of the heart fire before the rift closed. The flame lives within it still. Wherever you go, it calls to its kin." "You mean," Tamar said, "the other flames?" "Yes," said the Maester. "The first beacon in Old Town smolders beneath the sea, the second beneath the mountain of Dragonstone. Both are restless. The third, the one beneath King's Landing, was sealed but not slain. The world stirs again, Sir Raylan. The fires seek each other." Raylan stared into the darkness beyond their campfire. Then, Mylesa's death meant nothing. "On the contrary," Marwyn said, "she bound the flames to her will before she fell. She lives through them now, though her body is ash. The white flame endures, and her followers move again. I have seen their signs on the roads, the mark of the hand within fire, carved on trees and stones. They call themselves the Children of Renewal." Tamar's face paled. "We stopped them before. We can do it again." The Maester shook his head. "You cannot fight fire with swords. The boy is brave, but he is wrong. If the flames meet again, no man's courage will matter." Rallan rose, pacing the edge of the firelight. "Then what can we do?" "There is one hope," said Marwyn. "The Northern Maesters keep the oldest records, those written before Valeria's rise. They speak of the Stone of Veils, a relic said to bind the elements of fire and shadow alike. If it still exists, it may silence the flames." "And where is it?" "In the crypts of Winterfell." At that name, Raylan fell silent. The North had long been closed to strangers, and House Stark had little love for wandering knights or southern Maesters. Yet if the Maester spoke true, the realm's last hope might lie beneath those cold stones. Tamar broke the silence first. "Then we go north," he said. Raylan nodded slowly. "Aye, north." They rode for weeks through the riverlands, where the scars of war and fire intertwined. Rivers ran red with clay, fields lay fallow, and the few folk they met spoke of omens. A white star seen over the neck, a whispering wind that came before dawn. Once, near the ruins of Harrenhal, they came upon a band of the Queen's men. Their leader bore the same white hand sigil burned into his armor. When Rallan refused to yield the dagger shard, they attacked. He slew 2 before the rest fled, their eyes wild with fever and fanatic faith. "They're spreading faster than the plague," he told Marwyn afterward, wiping his blade clean. The old maester's gaze was distant. "Faith spreads where fear is strongest, and the world has never been more afraid." By the time they reached the neck, winter's breath had returned. The mists rose thick over the marshes, and the nights grew long. Each evening, Raylan dreamed of fire beneath the ice, a strange, whispering heat that begged to be freed. At last, they stood before the gray walls of Winterfell, rising vast and cold above the northern wilds. Ravens circled its towers, and snow fell in lazy flakes. A dozen riders met them at the gate, their armor black as the night. The foremost among them dismounted, a young woman with hair the color of ash and eyes of steel. "I am Lady Alice Stark," she said. "Who comes unbidden to my gates?" "Sir Raylan Drayford," he answered, bowing low, "and Maester Marwyn of the Citadel. We bring warning." "Many bring warnings," she said coolly. "Few bring proof." Raylan reached into his cloak and drew forth the glowing shard. Its light painted the snow crimson. The northern men murmured uneasily. "The fire beneath the world stirs again," Marwyn said. "Only your house's vaults hold the power to still it." Alice Stark studied them for a long moment. Then she turned toward the gates. "Follow me. But know this, if you lie, your bones will feed the crypts you seek." They entered the courtyard, where the air smelled of frost and forge smoke. Winterfell's walls seemed alive with quiet power, the heat from its hidden springs seeping through the stones. That night, in the great hall, Lady Alice listened as they told their tale. The flames, the beacons, Mylessa's death, the growing cult of fire. When they finished, she said only, "I have felt it too. The ground warms beneath the snow. The heart of the north beats faster than it should." "Then you believe us," Tomer said. She nodded. "A Stark ignores no danger that comes with the fire's scent." At her command, torches were lit, and she led them down a stair that twisted deep beneath the castle. The walls grew older the farther they went, until the stones were rough-hewn and slick with age. At last, they entered a vast crypt lined with the statues of dead kings. Between them lay a single altar of black stone, carved with runes too ancient to read. "The Stone of Veils," Marwyn whispered. "It is real." Alice Stark stepped back. "If it can bind the fire, do so now." Raylan hesitated, then laid the glowing shard upon the altar. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the runes flared blue, and the ground trembled. The shard pulsed once, twice, and shattered. The light vanished, leaving only the hiss of extinguished flame. Marwyn sagged with relief. "It is done," he said. "The fire sleeps." But Raylan was not so sure. Somewhere in the distance, beyond the thick walls of Winterfell, he thought he heard a low rumble, like thunder beneath the earth. He looked north, to where the cold stretched forever. "Or perhaps," he murmured, "it only waits for winter to wake it." Snow fell thick and slow across the battlements of Winterfell. The wind moaned through the ancient stones, carrying the scent of frost and iron. Beneath the gray sky, Sir Raylan Drayford stood alone beside the Godswood pool, watching his reflection ripple in the black water. The heart tree loomed behind him, its pale face weeping crimson sap that trailed down into the snow. It had been 3 days since the shard was shattered upon the Stone of Veils. The Maester swore the fire was bound, its light swallowed by the deep roots of the north. Yet Raylan's nights were restless. Each time he closed his eyes, he dreamed of flame behind ice, burning without heat, whispering without sound. He did not speak of it to the others, Lady Alice Stark had returned to her duties, and the Maester spent his waking hours scrawling notes by firelight, muttering of ancient lore and the cost of magic's silence. Tomer tried to be cheerful, but even the boy's laughter seemed muffled by the weight of Winterfell's stones. On the fourth night, Raylan woke to a sound, a faint hum, low and steady, rising from the floor beneath his chamber. He sat up, every muscle taut. The air was cold, yet sweat clung to his skin. He pressed his palm to the flagstones, and the vibration thrummed through his bones. He dressed quickly and went to find Marwyn. The Maester was awake, bent over his table, quill trembling in his hand. The candles around him flickered with unnatural light. "You feel it too," Raylan said. Marwyn looked up, his eyes shadowed and sunken. "Aye," he whispered. "The flame was bound, but not destroyed. The stone holds it, for now. But I fear what it stirs beneath." "What lies beneath?" The Maester's gaze drifted toward the window, where snow swirled in the darkness. "Old power," he said softly. "Older than dragons or Valyria. When the first men came to these lands, they found something already sleeping in the cold earth. They built their keeps above it. They made their pacts with it." "You mean the old gods," Raylan said. Marwyn hesitated. The old gods, or something the old gods feared. A horn sounded outside. 3 blasts, deep and echoing, the call of alarm. Raylan snatched his sword and ran for the courtyard, Marwyn at his heels. The night was thick with falling snow, the torches burning dimly in the wind. Lady Alice stood upon the steps, her cloak flung wide, her hair pale as frost. "What is it?" Raylan called. "Something moves beyond the walls," she said. "Our men see shapes in the snow, not wolves, not men." A shout rang from the gatehouse. "To arms! They come!" The world erupted in chaos. Raylan sprinted up the stairs as horns blared again. From the ramparts, he saw movement at the edge of the storm, a line of shadows, tall and pale, advancing through the blizzard. Their eyes gleamed faintly blue. Raylan's blood went cold. "No," he breathed. "It cannot be." The first of the creatures broke through the drift, sword of ice raised high. A guard met it with a shout, his blade shattering on contact. The thing cut him down with a single blow. "White walkers," Marwyn whispered. "The fire woke them." The battle that followed was madness. The air filled with steel and screams. Torches flared and died. The cold was alive. It bit at flesh, froze breath in the throat. Raylan fought beside the northern men, each swing of his sword a prayer against despair. The creatures moved like ghosts, silent and swift, their touch spreading frost across armor and skin. "Fall back!" Lady Alice cried. "To the inner gate!" They retreated through the courtyard, dragging the wounded. Rallan turned again and again to hold the line, his blade slick with frost. He saw Tomer among the archers on the wall, loosing flaming arrows that hissed in the snow. Then, through the chaos, he saw something stranger still, a glow rising from the heart of the godswood, red as living flame. The weirwood's face burned with inner light, the sap running thick and bright. The tree was bleeding fire. Marwyn seized his arm. "The Stone of Veils! The fire seeks release." "Then we stop it," Raylan said. Together, they raced toward the godswood, the battle fading behind them. The snow melted where they ran, turning to steam beneath their feet. When they reached the pool, the air shimmered with heat. The heart tree's roots writhed in the earth, glowing like veins of molten gold. The black water bubbled. Beneath its surface, something vast was moving. Marwyn fell to his knees beside the pool, chanting words Raylan did not know. The runes carved into his chain flared white. "I can hold it," he gasped, "but only if the binding is renewed." The fire needs a vessel, a soul strong enough to cage it again. Raylan stared at the pulsing light beneath the water. A vessel. Don't! Tomer's voice rang behind him. The boy stumbled into the clearing, face streaked with soot and tears. Sir, you'll die. Maybe, Raylan said quietly, but the realms had enough of fire waking in the wrong hands. He turned to Marwyn. Do it. The maester hesitated. You will burn. Then let me burn for something worth the pain. Marwyn's lips moved, his voice rising in ancient cadence. The light brightened, the water churning into whirlpools of flame. Raylan stepped forward, into the pool. The heat tore through him at once, pain so sharp it was beyond screaming. He sank to his knees, hands pressed to the surface, and the fire leapt from the roots into his body. Tomer cried out, but could not reach him. The world vanished in white. When the light faded, the pool was calm again. Raylan stood at its center, smoke rising from his skin. His eyes glowed faintly red, but his voice was his own. It's done, he said. Marwyn fell back, exhausted. The flame sleeps in you now. Lady Alice and her men entered the Godswood then, bloodied but alive. The battle outside had stilled. The creatures had turned to mist, their ice blades shattered where they fell. You saved us, she said. Raylan shook his head. Not for long. The fire will not rest forever. When the cold rises again, it will wake. Tomer stepped forward, trembling. Then we'll be ready, sir. We'll stand with you. Raylan looked down at the boy. No longer the frightened child he had rescued from an inn, but a squire forged in fire and shadow. He smiled faintly. Then the realm may yet endure. He turned toward the north, where the snow fell unbroken to the edge of the world. The heat in his veins pulsed softly, steady as a second heart. He could feel it sleeping, waiting. The fire lives in me, he said quietly, but it is mine now. And as dawn broke over Winterfell, pale and cold, the Falcon Knight stood amid the weirwood's burning roots and watched the first light spill across the snow, a world scarred but still alive. In the heart of the Godswood, the pool rippled once, and the whisper of fire faded into the wind. The realm had been spared, for a time. But far beyond the wall, beneath the frozen wastes where the dead still walked, a faint warmth stirred within the ice, as though answering a distant call. The flame would rise again. It always did.